Hello everyone and welcome to the playthrough of Tomb Raiders, the fourth map of the Forged in Fire campaign. It's a long map and ultimately I decided not to split its playthrough into multiple parts like I did with map 3. But to make this video shorter, I ended up cutting a lot of footage after we entered the dungeon about an hour or so later. There are many long fights, but they are ultimately similar enough, and I ended up keeping footage only of some of them to show general ideas I used to win them. And also that's version 1.7.1. It is quite different from the initial campaign version that was published in 1.7.0. It has a few extra bosses and some overall was made a bit more difficult. For example, you do not get access to teleport in this version, so fights are in general a bit more diverse. You can't use teleport to basically trash every melee neutral unit. Anyway, so initially I took defense as my starting bonus, and I did it because I view defense as a long-term bonus, but I actually didn't know that it's the last map Frederick will be, I will be using Frederick in this campaign, so maybe if I actually knew that, maybe I would have picked automatons. Yeah, probably would pick them. Frederick has clone, so he can repair basically everything if he has enough time. And so having more automatons to soak up damage would be the most impactful, I think. So there was an event that gave me 50,000 movement points, something like that, next to a starting town. So I did use that, and we need to collect a bunch of resources now before we can get to the sky ship. Also in this map, even though we have a town, we can't really use it to reinforce. There are no buildings. I mean, no creature dwellings. The town has things like blacksmith, so we can get an ammo cart there. That's pretty nice. And in general, on 200% you won't have access to mines, or like to many things actually. So there are a few keymaster tents in the beginning that you can get if you play on lower difficulties. And they enable you access to some pretty nice things like slow, for example, or blind. Things like that. Even resurrection becomes available at some point, I think. In general, I feel like this map gets quite a bit easier on lower difficulties. That's great, I think. You obviously want to make lower difficulties more accessible to players. That's definitely very welcome. Just want to kill the closer vampire so that I could extract automatons. Well, it's a bit too late, unfortunately. Good news is that I have a clone, and thanks to my previous maps, I also have a wizard's well, so it's definitely very, very good. Maybe pull back armadillos and automatons as well. Okay, I'm planning maybe lightning would be the best choice here, actually. Yeah, lightning looks perfect. Or I could use a clone on automaton as well. That's another option. I think I was, before doing that, I was thinking to basically remove everything out of vampire's range and kill them next turn, but there was some flexibility, I guess. Armadillo still can hit, actually. That's good. Okay, so this is an artifact we need to access a shipyard in the beginning. But since we have basically infinite movement points, we can clear everything up quite comfortably here. Okay, I just saw it coming. Yeah, fake breathed myself there. Okay. Fair enough. Should have aimed at the first tile, the front one closer to me. Actually, when I was watching it now, I was kind of I don't remember these fights very well enough to at least remember these details. I was actually concerned if I would end up hitting my own automatons there. That was pretty funny. Spirit of Oppression could be handy. Okay, time to get on a boat. So, this is not a speed run by any means, but I still I'm trying to win this map relatively fast, so considering that there are events that give a player infinite movement, I will be trying to maximize use of them, and I will try to minimize time when I get on a ship or on a sky ship later. Okay, that's a bit annoying. Automatons actually cannot kill black dragons. Cannot reach black dragons. So first thing, I wanna get this necklace. I'll do some sailing here, so makes sense. Also, I may need this sulfur. Resources in this part are pretty tight. I don't remember if you actually have to pick up every single resource pile, but it's pretty close. So I did try to get all of them, even though maybe you can skip like some specific resource, one pile, something like this. Okay, my goal is to get to this island first. It is a bit more efficient in terms of days spent, so navigation is a bit smoother if you follow this route. I think I pressed an Alt there by accident and it activated automatons. It's not a problem in this fight, but could be a problem in some other fights. Definitely don't want to be activating your main automaton stack. Okay, that's our first enemy. The good thing about bounty hunters is that AI actually doesn't like shooting at them. That's very nice. For some reason, it likes shooting at their clones and using its own clones to shoot at them, though that's kind of weird, but It doesn't really like shooting at clones with the main shooters. And here, basically, I mean, that's a pretty easy fight. If Titans are complying as they are pretty much expected to, there is nothing difficult in basically tanking all the damage with automatons and just out repairing it with engineers and clones of engineers. Fire shield is a little bit annoying. Maybe protection from fire actually would make sense here. Maybe very little sense, but some sense to reduce stress on engineers, on repairing. So I want to deal with Titans and Gargoyles first, ideally. When I deal with them, I can bring Engineer Clone closer and it will be able to repair automatons safely. Yeah, this quest here offers, I think, defense skill for a bunch of crystals. I don't know, it's some interesting in a way that I just am not sure why would anyone want to pay the price it asks for. I think it's just first upgrade that asks for 20 crystals for 1 defense, and later upgrades are times more expensive. Like second upgrade is 40 crystals for 1 defense, I think. I may be wrong. It's been some time since I checked this quest. And 5th upgrade is 100 crystals for same 1 defense. That's pretty weird. Why would anyone want to pay that? Okay, now this way we end up clearing these behemoths last. From here we actually can reach one last landing zone in 1 day. Overall, I'd say it's pretty easy so far. Oopsie daisy. Don't want to be losing engineers there. Okay, maybe... Well, actually this restart was totally unnecessary. I'll actually end up dismissing armadillos like in a very soon actually. Definitely did not. Wasn't necessary to save like a couple armadillos there. So there is a good way to do this leg. There is a very basically one tile favorable lines from the bottom edge, and you want to use them to reach this landing zone in one day. I think if you cut a corner there and go over normal water, you do not reach it. And now we can... I dismissed armadillos there for a bit extra movement. It's totally unnecessary, trust me. But I mean, just a small thing. So I could end on this water in place very nicely. There is this green dragon's army. It's 100 something dragons actually. No joke. It was something like, I don't know, 5, maybe 9 dragons in version 1.7.0. I just skipped it. I don't think it's even meant to be cleared this early. Tried a couple of times, but didn't get further than killing, I don't know, maybe 15 dragons at best before they just destroyed me. And that's a second enemy. Nothing too crazy. So I pulled up this engineer once to repair automatons. Same technique, same idea I used in second and third maps. So now skeletons even don't reach engineer, and I will be able to save it. So what I'm thinking here is I'm thinking about if I can get some sort of a comfortable position where my ones would be reaching automatons in one turn without being in range of dragons. So it's unfortunately doesn't seem to be working out. So basically at any point this dragon could end up killing an engineer, which is not a big problem, but I try to minimize a chance that it will happen. Okay, so now at least haste should start working. Oh, I mean, wait, I did cast haste to bring clones ahead, right? So I want to distract them with a clone. Yeah, it's definitely. I'm definitely overcomplicating this a little bit. This fight is like 5 times easier than I make it look. I guess lightning bolt or something. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Took me a while, but as I said, it's actually very easy. I was probably just being stupid there. Okay, and we get on the airship or skyship or whatever. Sure, I shouldn't have picked up the wagon there. Interesting. Maybe I did realize this mistake, yeah, okay. Because you can pick it up on your way back to the ship, basically, so it's a wasted, 141 movements. Could be totally irrelevant, but maybe not. This fight was actually quite a problem. Many cows, enough to cause trouble, to cause automatons actually be dying, and cows are two-tile creatures, so they end up blocking each other. here basically, as you can see, two stacks went towards goblins, towards bounty hunters. Which is not great, and as you can see, bounty hunters only kill 4 to 8. It would be much easier for me if I had archery here, for example. It wouldn't be like 50% better, so it wouldn't be like 6 to 12, but probably like just marginally better still. Maybe like 30% better. Considering that their defense is slightly less than my attack, so bonus is less than 50% of total damage. That's what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, they reach a place where the clone would be summoned. I'll try baiting one of the Gorgons to hit this clone. That worked out pretty well, but now I need to avoid last stack. She will be moving my units upwards. And automatons should be fine at this point. Most of the Gorgons actually died, many Gorgons died in an explosion. So ideally, if I could kill an 8 stack here, well, it didn't die, 12 hit points left. That was very unfortunate. If it died, this 23 stack would have attacked automatons and I would have 0 problems after that, but it looks like I will be regrouping back now. Now automatons will start blocking the 23 stack and I will try clearing up the smaller stacks with my other units here. Well, that's another fake breath. There is something psychological about fake breath. Okay, in that it looks like it should be real, but I know that it's not gonna work, but still gonna try to play as if it works. Kind of a weird psychological thing. That's actually a mistake there. So I should make a clone, I guess, or something. Or maybe pull back, just pull back everything. That's also... Yeah, almost messed up there. I could have picked up this campfire on my way back. I'll have to come back there to the ship. Okay, so that's basically the same idea as always was in previous maps. So you want to keep your non-automaton units further behind so that leeches didn't had range penalty basically attacking them, and and basically try to get all shots with automatons. Everything is relatively simple if they attack automatons. And they should. In general, automatons have a pretty high AI value and they have pretty low hit points, so leeches do kill quite a few of them. Pretty funny setup. In general, as you can see, using clone repair is basically almost mind-numbing against slow creatures, at least. So archmages are slower than engineers. I don't remember, I think I don't have speed artifacts at this point yet, but on my native ground, engineers have speed 8 and archmages have speed 7. So it's very easy. In this part, I tried to minimize my airship time, so I skipped a zone in the left bottom corner because it has a teleport, which I will be able to use to enter from the other side. So basically, in this part you have to get an orb of earth, orb of silt, and with it you can get into the tomb complex, you could say. I don't know, like into the dungeon basically. So ultimately that's my goal there. That's the same portal, by the way. Couldn't skip this zone because the Orb of Silt is here. But in terms of like speedrunning, quote unquote, I could have saved like still quite a lot of time. So for example, I could not go north here. You don't really need this artifact for now. Could very well come from the teleport later. And when you come from a teleport, you actually come with basically infinite movement points, so you can collect everything, do whatever you want. Also, I did pick up a few secondary islands, you could say. I hope you understand what I mean. The zones where you can come using the skyship. Oh man, this wyvern is nasty. Killed my engineer. So it's time to use once again. That's pretty nice, you know. Obviously, since I have a wizard's well, and I don't have maximum like infinite movement points, so I just won't be able to squeeze many fights into a single day. So obviously it doesn't cost me anything to cast a clone and then repair and do something, right? But still, it's kind of nice to be able to use once in this way. Actually, this hero above me, I actually will even skip. It's kind of a little bit of a spoiler. I'll talk about it a little bit later, I think, but in general, closer to the end of this map, I actually realized that I didn't play it properly. I was concerned about one thing there. This concern actually made me led me to a wrong conclusion. Okay, so I needed to bring this necklace there. I think I picked it up from a black tower. I don't remember. This fight is pretty tough. Quite a few vampires here. Also, vampire lords are very insistent on attacking other units. Not sure it's a right play here. but I don't think an engineer clone would be reaching automatons there, so... At least I got to kill most vampire lords this way. And it's time to run. So I think can kill vampire lords using something like a lightning bolt. Having a clone is nice because it will help me distract vampires. So I think I can move it already, like in the top right corner for example, or even leave it there. Now I can repair automatons, or... interesting. Okay, that's... okay, I will have to distract them once more now. Okay, this way also works. In general, when you try to do that, yeah, it's a good idea to split your units. Because obviously vampires will have to choose, and in general AI would prefer chasing your shooters in this case. So engineers will be able to regroup and repair in this case, and we got a few harpies. Harpies is an interesting unit. There will be actually a fight when I will regret not saving them up. I will gradually lose them. Trying to preserve engineers in their place. But I did not end up regretting it after that, and this fight wasn't that bad even without them, so ultimately you could say I ended up fine without them. So this stop is also kind of waste, maybe. I'll pick up a bunch of engineers here. Possibly you could skip it. I mean, there is nothing in terms of objectives that is required. At this point I also did not know if resources are gonna be basically, how do you say that? So I didn't know if I would have to pick all resources up, so the same way as I had to do in the beginning basically. In the beginning we had to open a quest guard and basically had to pick up everything there. And I wasn't sure if that's gonna be the case still. And further down this map. Okay, we'll soon enter the tombs, and I will be a bit more selective with the fights. Map 5 actually offers a choice between two heroes. I didn't start it yet, but I kinda... what I saw is that one of them is basically... Oh, that's kind of a choice of your preferred style. It looks like, at least. So if you... one of them starts with a decent number of automatons and engineers, basically for the perfect fit for the style. I played maps 2, 3, and basically whatever you play here as well. And the second choice is Halflings, kind of a shooter focused, and you even get access to slow. That's kind of funny. So I don't know, I kind of actually even thinking to play the slow and halfling variation there, because just to add some variety. Okay, getting rid of this dragon is not a problem. Lost a harpy. I mean, that's gonna be basically a way I would be losing harpies. We'll be using harpies here. I'll just be trading them one by one there in similar ways. Could use engineers to do that, or maybe even some other units, but a bit hesitant to trade something like a Master Genie this way. Although it realistically could be actually a better move, even though Master Genie is tier 5 and engineers are tier 2, but engineers are just way too important to do that. Okay, that's gonna be the last leg of my air travel here. That's gonna be that's a zone where we enter actually a tomb. Okay, negative morale is annoying. I probably forgot to swap items there, no? I have 3 factions. Or maybe I dug a grave area. That's why my morale is bad. Because I think I have a badge of courage. Unless I forgot to equip it. I would have neutral morale. Okay, that's another boss. She's a bless specialist with level billion quadrillion, and Adela's specialty is kind of something very special. Specialty special. Yeah, yeah, that's very interesting specialty. Many hilarious fights involve it. But basically her units deal like a quadrillion damage, like 5 dragon snakes, flies, can kill basically anything, even though she has 0 attack, as you can see. Pretty much obvious. Your primary counter to her is Curse. I wonder if you don't have fire magic, it could be quite a challenging fight actually, now that I think about it. I think you had to learn it from a seer in the map 2. Hypnotize was unnecessary. I could have used lightning bolt the same way. But theoretically it's a little bit better because, let's say, I don't kill centaurs and they end up hitting my automatons, for example. And under bless they would actually deal a lot of damage, even like just a handful of them might have killed all 40. So having a hypnotized unit would allow me to repair them. In that sense, it's actually a right decision. Yeah, probably had to actually cast Cure there, because if I didn't, Corticoros would most definitely come towards my other units. So now I want to kill the closest stacks first to be able to kind of repair automatons. Pretty tough situation. Looks like they will end up killing automatons there. Okay, that's a bit annoying. Maybe it's not that bad though. If not paralyzed, they would actually end up killing automatons. And it would remove both haste and shield and other buffs as well, although other buffs are not particularly impactful. Okay, unfortunately lost the clone there. And I forgot that they're paralyzed. That's tricky. Maybe wanna summon another clone. Okay, I do that. Smells like I'm gonna take a hit here. Oh, that's a weird choice actually. I thought that Harpies should have hit it too. Okay, I did this. That's fine. Okay. Very luckily for me, they had bad luck attacking harpies. Would have lost like 3 more around that if it wasn't the case. Okay, from about this point I will start editing out fights. But I need to struggle a little bit first. So here I would suggest you go to the underground first, basically to the north. I'll skip this fight. I will show another one, the second golden golem stack. That was a little bit smoother and faster as well. So I visited these portals and actually could have and should have done it after getting the infinite movement boost, so losing some time here. Frankly, I kind of actually don't see why I even decided to keep this fight. Maybe it has something interesting. Just off the glance, it doesn't look like it should have. This is a bit dangerous now, though. Maybe it's enough vampires to actually make it unpalatable to keep automatons tanking the damage there of all 7 stacks. Also, they most likely would end up surrounding automatons, but still should be able to repair them. I don't know. So it definitely looks like I had trouble with this fight, but I'm not sure. It's maybe a lightning bolt on vampire lords, or maybe just use something to finish them off. Okay, that's I don't know. Honestly, like rewatching, I kind of don't understand why I kept this fight in the video. It's been like maybe a week since I edited this part, so I don't know. Probably something. Wait, okay, I understand. This fight is on the cursed ground, that's why. Oh man, yeah. It is. Well, that makes it way more difficult. I understand it now, okay. Because repair is basically limited by what engineers I bring. No clone, so you can't really repair infinitely this way. Okay, I get it now. Okay. That's cool then. Makes sense now. So wasting more time. Basically 5 days wasted already. in general, kind of a challenge, you could say, of this fight and similar fights at this stage is that enemies are big enough so that you can't really tank damage this easily with automatons. So if I let golems surround the automatons, they probably end up killing them in like 4 hits. So you have to be a little bit more crafty, a little bit half kite them, half tank damage. So you need to be mixing this a little bit. Also a little bit of a challenge, at least in my case here. I could have avoided it. I could have dropped out army in a mine, for example. But because I have genies, harpies and a big engineer stack, all basically available for attack, they are not hidden by wands of engineers, that's what I want to say. So it makes kiting a little bit more complicated. And finally I went into the underground. Then after a couple of relatively easy fights we get here, and I just visited an event that gives you a bajillion, 90,000 movement points to be precise. It's in the same room basically where this fight takes place, and killing these genies will open a few quest guards for me where I would want to go. As you can see, I have fewer harpies already, only 27. Don't remember where exactly I lost them, but there are quite a few fights against fast units like Ifrits, sandworms, or like Olgoy, etc. And after this fight with Master Genies, I basically was running around the temple with infinite movements, coming back, refreshing them, etc, etc, trying to basically squeeze as many fights as I could in a single day. This way you are basically limited by spell points. So if you can play fights efficiently in that sense, you could save quite a bit of time here. And if you play something like, I don't know, quicksand spam and like, I don't know, clone spam against every single enemy, basically exhausting your mana pool in 2 fights, then you definitely are not gonna be very fast. So this one is actually really tough. Big genius stacks. Also, I mean, it's maybe it's not that tough. I have to admit that I basically learn this as I go, so my technique improved a little bit as I went here, so I started dropping out my units, for example, later in a mine. Kind of started doing, making a little bit better decisions in general, but still, I mean, it's I think it's still a valuable fight in some sense. In an educational way, I mean. So I guess summoning a clone. Here is a setup. I think I need to bring a harpy here now, yeah, and now clone will be brought in front of. You'll see here. I think I should be summoning a clone now, and that's a thing I will be using a few times in this map. Probably not all of them, maybe even not one of them was captured on a video in this footage, but this one is kind of a decent demonstration, I think. And now engineers, basically these clones will be going forward and repairing automatons indefinitely. Too bad I don't kill 16 stack. Good enough for me. And I think I should be fighting the big genies now. This one is not that difficult because of the number of stacks, basically, but still quite a tough fight. As you can see, it's 200 genies, and yes, I brought an automaton and an engineer there to stall this fight a little bit. And I blocked and summoned the clone of automatons there to block genies specifically, because if I summon them in some other way, the enemy genies prefer to attack my genies, which I wanted to avoid. So basically this clone summon was specifically to take away an attack of the enemy genies. Sometimes clones are kind of pretty useful in this way, actually. Interesting, I don't cast anything this turn. I'd expect maybe something of a cast. Now actually it's a bit of a problem, no? Okay, no, it's not a problem. Okay, now finally at this point I realized that I can stash units in a mine, a gold mine we fought Scorpicores for And there are many Ifrit, small Ifrit neutral armies, Ifrit Sultan armies in the temple. They block some ways, so I was basically running with harpies in this manner, killing them. And that's basically the way I lost all harpies. Well, all remaining harpies. You saw that I lost some of them before that. Well, that's about the idea. And Firebears. Okay, there is this important place where that I think you should, and I did visit first when I more or less cleaned up the easier fights in pathways. There are a bunch of Pandora boxes you can pick up for resources and for some other stuff. But primarily this place is to find a gold dragon. This gold dragon is gonna be very useful occasionally. And that's the first fight where it is particularly useful. And that's first Pendant of Death. Pendant of Death can be traded for some artifacts in the tomb in one of the rooms. Okay, so after clearing some stuff up, I went to get access to our first Keymaster tent. And there are a couple of enemies we can deal with. This fight is actually pretty easy if you bring only genies, for example, or dragon alone. So you could basically use purely Ice Bolt to kill everything here. So I made it a little bit too complicated for myself, bringing my entire army here. Well, not entire. I already stashed a few units in the mine. Basically, elementals are pretty slow, so it's not super difficult to kite, even though there are 3 magma elementals and a few obstacles. Obstacles could be a bit annoying. So right now, like the 42 stack seems like it could. Well, it shouldn't go anywhere if I put the dragon in a right bottom corner. But whenever these enemies stretch this wide, it's kind of a Not a great sign. Anyway, I think you got the idea of this fight. It turned out a bit too long, so I decided to edit the remaining part out to save a little bit of time. And that's a fight for a black tent. It's basically another hop on a skyship. It's basically gonna be more or less the same as previous fight. I'm buying a little bit of time with the automatons, wanna kill archers fast. And then I will focus griffins with spells. Try to kill them before they can kill a dragon. Okay, so griffins are close to my main unit, so I need to keep dragon within their reach. I should bring it to the top. But I think next lightning bolt should bring royal griffins to a low enough number, and they won't be able to kill a master genie even, so it'll be fine. And swordsmen are numerous enough, so they will definitely prefer hitting dragon. Okay, dragon is actually very low, so I should be a bit careful here. Okay, that's kind of annoying a little bit. Good thing I did not shoot before he moved, so I actually was able to shoot at straight arrow. Okay, now I need to repair as well as retreat. Okay, it was not difficult. And that's the first Keymaster tent. That's kind of a nice progress. So I got access to a few Ifrit Sultans thanks to the black Keymaster, and now next enemy is this fella. I did cut this fight a little bit. I'll show you like the first idea. Basically that's a very simple kiting pattern. And he has anti-magic. So basically what it looks like, I think it's a really retarded solution, to be honest, kind of actually. I feel like I'm not doing a great job here, but it was the easiest one I could come up with, and so basically you do that every 11 turns. His anti-magic falls off and you shoot a lightning bolt at him, or ice bolt. Ice bolt is if you really want to save a couple of mana points, and basically that's the way this fight ended. And this Pandora box is gonna give me a bit more Ifrit Sultans, and this Pendant of Dispassion can be traded for, I think, for a necklace of, or I mean not, for a cloak that gives speed, so. And that's how you more or less clear like occasional dragon stacks here. So I want to use a fake breath here. He attacked Ifrits, so I really want to make sure that Ifrit don't die. The next dragon will hit Ifrit again if I don't use fake breath like here. So I did, and well, it worked out pretty well. And next I went to clear the portals, now that I have a lot of movement points. Ah, okay, so yeah, sure. There is this magic well via one of the portals, so you can use it to replenish mana during days. So if you ran out of mana, you can basically double the number of fights with this magic well there. I don't remember when I entered this complex, but I don't think too many days passed since then. Okay, so that fight is... This enemy has haste, if I'm not mistaken. So basically we want to be using quicksands relatively efficiently here, and there are a few decent spots already. Okay, there is one pocket on the left side, small pocket, and okay, it looks like there are already decent quicksands. Could add a few more so that it would be a little bit more comfortable, but no need to go over current amount, at least. Plenty of sands already, so I can start using magic to kill them. Or wait, can I? No, I can't. Yeah, I remember. She has, that's what's her name? Giselle, with... So if you can see, my spell power is 1, so yes. Using magic is not gonna be very efficient here. Damage-based magic, but you can use... Okay, that's that was a mistake there. Should have removed retaliation from them. Basically that was the fight when I kinda regretted not having Harpies left, so with Harpies it would be 0 mana after you throw down the quicksands. You could gradually kill everything here with no retaliation attacks, but well, here I just use a clone. Slightly less mana efficient, but That's totally fine. Just again messed up here. So you wanna remove retaliation with clone before waiting, and then you can summon a second clone actually to get another hit during the same turn. Nothing too crazy. And this hero actually guards, I think, second Keymaster tent here, so that's another great reward. In total there are 4 Keymaster tents that you open as you progress. And each one of them opens access to something. Like first, the black tent opened the access to Ifrits. And Ifrits is a pretty good unit for fights like this one, for example. So it's a flyer, it has high speed, it has even fire immunity. Occasionally could be nice, and that's gonna be another boss fight in this area. As you can see, I'm already mostly using Ifrits for the fights. I brought Dragon to soak up first Phoenix hit to avoid losses. So the challenging part in this fight is that there are quicksands already, and it's in part good because fire elementals will be getting stuck there. But the problem is that energy elementals are not gonna be stuck, and quicksands will only result in enemy units spreading out. So as you can already see, fire elemental reaches the top, and the only thing that saved me there basically was quicksand. But there, like a couple turns later, there will be no quicksands to rely on, so I basically end up placing a few quicksands myself, just to get myself a safe corner, and actually was lucky to get one. And I think it was a mistake. I tried using magic against a fire elemental. Should have been focusing on energy elementals right away. Yeah, I just want to make sure that the 113 stack can't randomly reach into the corner, bottom left corner. So there is some... Okay, he could actually be reaching. Okay, no, not anymore at least. Okay. Yeah, that's just an example of a fight, I guess. I mean, that's the same idea, more or less. Quicksand into spell spam. But this battlefield has no innate quicksand, so you have to be a little bit more careful. So there is already a small island on the left side, and you want to have like at least a couple. Okay, here I'm using landmines. I have now the fire orb, so my landmines will be doing decent damage. That's one way to deal with. Like, you can do basically anything against these types of enemies. So I'll show you a few other options as well. Mines are pretty efficient, and they combine pretty nicely with quicksands because enemies learn where quicksands are as they move around the battlefield, and they will naturally try to circumvent the quicksands. But if you use both mines and quicksands, mines will be filling the space between the sands, so naturally enemies will end up collecting them pretty nicely. As you can see, it's kind of works pretty well. Firewall is probably even better, but it is a little bit more difficult to use against multiple stacks. I'll show you a couple of, I think one or two maybe, fights that use a firewall, but kind of in general it's a little bit harder to use against multiple big stacks. Now that's another fight. Basically same idea as against the hero with Ifrits, but here you basically can kite a 13 speed enemy. Same idea. It is a bit less mana efficient than doing what I did before with automatons and everything else. But not all fights you can actually do without with normal army, so you kind of actually have to be a little bit more flexible. So that's another travel. Don't remember. I think I think I went here to get this 2 wood. Hilarious, actually. So I was spending my resources primarily on unlocking units at home. There are 3 units that require resources, and upgrading them. And I needed 2 more wood to unlock gunslingers, so kind of I think I will be using firewall here, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe not. Kind of a tricky situation. Okay, that's a nice quicksand there. Got a little bit lucky. Okay, now this corner is safe. I'm using landmines again. Okay, yeah, here basically another safe place for now. And I can go up to the left, top left corner again. Okay, I think I wanna finish this Black Knight. He's gonna go through 2 mines. Cool thing about using mines and sands is that without sands, mines that end up on a battlefield edge will not be collected ever, and with quicksands, units would actually end up going around quicksands, including close to the edge. And there we go. That's one of the last fights in this tomb complex. The way I see this fight is basically a damage per round check, and for this fight I actually needed to get more bounty hunters, so I came to get a couple of wood pieces and to hire gunslingers. I think I may have gotten an attack artifact as well for this fight. Didn't pay attention. If I had a pendant of death here, maybe I have. It would be not a bad time to trade it for Gnoll's what is it called? The +4 attack weapon. So as you can see, this enemy has a very large mana pool, and he has a water elemental summon, so, and I think it's the only spell he has, to be fair. Basically he's gonna be summoning elementals non-stop. I probably should have brought an ammo card here, now that I think about it. I just actually don't understand. First time I forgot to cast correct spells there, and here, okay. Just messed up some spells, seems like. So basically the idea here is gonna be more or less the same as with many fights before that, so I wanna keep elementals on automatons, and at the same time I want to reduce damage on them, so elementals would be hitting pretty hard. And because of the obstacles in the middle, elementals would end up bleeding to my back rank units occasionally, like here, so I would have to deal with them. And ultimately he summons 104 elementals every turn, so I need to be able to kill this much of elementals every turn and then some. I will be occasionally using Ifrits to block my genies from being hit. Elementals are dangerously close to my back rank now. I want to let an engineer clone in, I guess. That's what I'm doing here. Also, maybe by closing everything with a couple of genies, I don't know. Actually, if I wanted to block everything from the top, so I'm hopefully diverting the top elemental stack to the right side again. Should have put the left genie left top one tile, so that it would block engineers. But I don't think it actually would have worked either way. I think it was far enough from automatons to actually reach something. Not to reach them, and basically it would mean that elementals would very likely still go in the same direction. And basically I'll summon another more clones, in this case automatons, to get more damage every round. I also can activate them, and I will activate them for sure. This way it serves as a... well, as one of the two. They either are destroyed and deal a lot of damage because of that, or they are not destroyed and they keep dealing damage every turn. Yeah, I'm trying to keep some elementals like in low 20s or 10s, so that I could use engineers and ifrits occasionally to finish a stack. Basically increasing my damage per round. And because I don't have an ammo card, I have to do it in a limited time before my bounty hunters run out of ammo. Okay, should repair automatons already. Okay, looks like we actually progressed somewhere, right? Only 2 stacks left, and both are... I mean, they're almost full, but just 2 stacks. So it's a little bit annoying that they are not close enough for a straight arrow. Okay, looks like it might be a time for repair, and maybe I could push for a win here. Yeah, definitely looks like I could be doing that. Okay, actually, interesting. Should have killed the 21 with Ifrits. That's clearly was a mistake. Yeah, I was winning there and then. I mean, I'm still winning, but yeah, could have done it previous turn. I mean, Ifrit can simply Ifrit can kill both smaller stacks right away. Yeah, okay. Finally dealt with this terrible enemy. And the next one would be this enemy. Okay, that's an air. That's a cool fight, actually. That's a very cool fight. We are only using Ifrits for this fight. Ifrits have a fire immunity, so they have a chance that Fairy Dragon won't be able to cast anything on them. That was the case here. And here's gonna be a really nice nice hypnotize thing. So the 37 stack genies do not reach into this corner, and now we can set up like this, and basically that's a game over for our Brissa friend. She has some summons, but she has not nearly as much mana as the previous opponent, so we can clearly outlast her. Okay, she cast protection from air finally, so now I'll switch to Ice Bolt. I have an Ice Orb from the previous fight, so it's okay. Even though air elementals get bonus damage from air, but obviously with protection from air it's not gonna be nearly as good as an Ice Bolt, especially with the orb. I should be a little bit careful with Hypnotize running out on my good friends in the right bottom corner. Okay, nice little reposition into the top corner now. And, well, that's about to end. Oh, very nice morale, so I think I just can start killing hypnotized units as well. And they are actually about to lose hypnotize effect. Okay. A pretty cool fight actually. Nice use for hypnotize. And then there is this fella. These 4 quest guards are not available on keen difficulty. Kind of bonuses for lower difficulties. Okay, let's get +3 spell power. Since I'm quite often relying on damage spells, it makes sense. So this enemy has, I think he has Frost Ring. So that's why I don't bring anything here except for a single unit. And this was a little bit of an nice little random with luck and morale during first turn to get rid of dragons nicely. Now the problem here is that I need to wait out anti-magic on Ifrits. I obviously cannot use lightning bolt to kill diamond golems. And when anti-magic falls out, so basically Ifrits will be vulnerable to the Frost Ring. And I want to apply protection from water, obviously, to reduce the damage they get. And after that, I will be using Clone to deal damage, to remove retaliations, and obviously to attack with my main stack as well. Kind of in some way similar to the fight against Giselle. So, time to apply protection. And Ifrit was damaged, unfortunately, so I lost one already. But I will at least be able to keep everything else alive. Actually, I don't think this cure was a right call there. I shouldn't cast here. I'm still figuring out basically how I should be going here. Should have moved it further back. I just don't really understand why I didn't. It's fine, but okay, that's annoying. Morale, not the best time for morale to kick in. Oh, good luck. At least something. Okay, finally some signs of understanding what I should be doing here. Okay, not bad. Another Pendant of Death for another artifact when I need it. And when I decide which one I actually want. Okay, so I guess looking at the minimap, I think I'm already going to the top side of the map. There are two ways that you can take paths on the left and on the right side, and I take the right side. So this enemy has a teleport. That's the primary challenge, but it's not really a challenge as well. So pay attention to the order I used for my engineers. That is, in order to close them very neatly in the corner behind ones on turn 1. And after that I will be basically always giving the enemy one target for a teleport, and that will be automatons. And basically that's gonna be the idea. I will be summoning clones every turn or so to repair automatons. The goal is to make sure that the fattest, the juiciest target AI could see would be automatons, and he would always teleport to hit them, not even think about teleporting to hit one engineer. It would be quite unlikely if actually it would even teleport to hit an engineer. I don't think I ever saw him doing that. Okay, so that's a mistake. I should have let engineer clone die. Now I do regret my choices a little bit, but I will use a clone now, so he teleports to the clone instead of automatons, so that's fine. I should move him back, probably. I may want to kill the diamond golems, but there is no need to rush. And still 2 automatons left, so it's kind of another turn I can use the same stack to bait a teleport. Save a little bit extra mana. should move them somewhere out of reach of gold golems at least. Okay, that's annoying. Maybe should have killed the one. So that's a kind of an emergency situation now, but fortunately I didn't rush with shooting, and I may summon a bounty hunter here, yeah, so... Okay, although I should have I misplaced my automatons there. Ideally I would want bounty hunters to be reachable by the golems. At least I had another clone for them to bait an attack, but... Anyway, that's nice. Now we progressed to... flew a little bit along the right side. There are a number of locations, and each of those locations, or most of those locations, have a teleport to the complex, where we have this infinite movement event. Okay, so I don't know, it doesn't look really good. Basically the same idea as before with kiting, but this one is kind of a little bit more tricky. So, and as you can see, you can use like a bait unit or a clone in this case to get yourself a decent position, and so it should be more or less over. Okay, need to haste now. It was a little bit risky to set up Ifrits to be hit by Scorpicore. Just don't want to spend another spellcast on them, but at the same time they could paralyze Ifrits. That would be pretty funny. And it would be a great way to punish my stupidity. So that's basically another like a set of fights in this area, like that you could clear in a way similar to this one. And at some point we have to go and get access to a third Keymaster tent, purple one, and it's a nice little fight. We get our spell points drained here, and we have a vial of mana for 40 spell points. Enemy has a single acid stack, so that's basically a damage race, and that's how we can do that. So this setup is pretty nice. You can see that acids do not reach from the top. Well, maybe you don't see yet, but they actually are barely like one step short of reaching my units. We have 40 spell points, so basically we want to use them to the highest efficiency, and that's Disrupting Ray before enemy casts anti-magic. That's Clone, that's Precision, that's Bless, basically all your spell casts here. And then, as usual, a bunch of Engineer ones to win yourself a bit of time. I activated him just in case. Just in case the automaton has to take this hit, and like, actually it ends up being useful in that way. So now with purple Keymaster we get access to a bunch of Griffin conservatories around the map, and at this point I got like 5 angels already. And well, angels are an improved Ifrits in a way. They can take more damage. Also, purple tent gives access to elixir of life, so that's basically one such fight when we can do can clear with a bunch of angels. You want to be managing your damage on your angels, not to have any one of them surrounded, for example. At most, you want to take 4 hits, ideally even less than 4 with your angels. That's basically the idea here. As soon as this number of Cyclops drops down, it gets progressively easier to stay alive. Anyway, didn't play out all that fight for you. To save a bit of time. I think the idea is pretty clear there, and that's another kind of a fight, basically a way to use Hypnotize in some pretty simple way. And now that one unit is next to Angels and Hypnotized, we can actually do this fight pretty comfortably. I should have hit the 16 there, didn't pay attention. That's basically one way to use Hypnotize. Okay, that's first orange enemy, Barbarian. There are three orange heroes in these mountains. Two of them have the cloaks that take away spells, Cape of Silence I think, and what's the vanilla one that disables spells of levels 3 and higher. So basically you need to get these two artifacts to further progress, and basically, I mean, not just them, that's just one step of progression, but there are 3 orange heroes in total in this area and 2 purple heroes, so you have to kill all of them. Okay, and that's this hero enemy is a specialist in wolf raiders, and so they are pretty strong. Unfortunately, towers deal a lot of enough damage to kill Bounty Hunter. And this enemy actually has this cloak of... don't remember the name. That disables levels 3 and higher, so I can't use air shield, for example. Well, they killed an Ifrit now, that's actually way better for me than losing a Bounty Hunter, to be honest, so that's even, I would say, a very good thing that Ifrit took fire from arrows, from towers. And more or less, I mean, we have a lightning bolt here, so it's not a big deal. In general, I think it's not a great idea to go brawling with this fight, with this hero. Yeah. Okay, they have like very high stats, the wolves. Recounter's Cloak, okay, that's... Okay, and that's a fight against behemoths. They guard a couple of stoic watchmen which block the portals between like orange towns, and also importantly between them and our home, which, if you recall correctly, is also connected with the boost event area, so naturally we want to get this access so that we could continue the boost, using the boost. Nice little setup here. This fight is on the stronghold native ground, so you actually can't use quicksands here. I mean, you can use them, but behemoths will see the quicksands because of the native terrain, and it will make them way less effective. I mean, quicksands. So basically, you'd need quite a lot of luck in the way quicksands are placed to make something like an angel or some other stack using quicksand and like lightning bolt, something like that, work here. it's time to repair now. The 98 stack will repair the automatons. And that's a victory. Okay, so there are a couple of these things. And after taking this... Okay, so wait. I probably took a break at this point. So I mean, I probably connected... Okay, that I'm not sure actually. I didn't fight the second orange hero at this point. So I guess I just finished clearing up the area in the top right corner. Okay, probably now that I watched this fight, I think there was no really point in including it. Just one more example of doing it with magic mines, but landmines. And that's a second garrison, I think. I'm doing it with the firewall. Very nice layout, as you can see. They just can't help themselves and will walk through the firewall. Or maybe this one is not really helpful, but I mean, it did hit the third behemoth. Pretty nice layout for this sort of a tactic. And now we can actually get to a third orange town this way. You rewatch it, the way I flew from first to second place actually revealed a landing spot there, and now I can connect to via this portal. I can actually get to the second orange town and to the third, and basically it opens a way for me to get to the top left side of the map, and that's probably one of two ways I slightly unintentionally broke the map. I was concerned I would need a second Statue of Legion for later, but okay, so that's a second orange hero. He's a goblin specialist. And he has level 1, 2 and 2 Cape of Silence, so he basically takes away my ability to use Lightning Bolt, for example. But I will use my automatons in this case, and I can cast Air Shield, which I did. It protects my bounty hunters from damage. And honestly, I have no idea why does AI not leave walls. So there is a breach in the top. I think, I don't remember exactly, there is a bug in the original game, and well, probably also in Hota, that AI actually doesn't see breaches in 2 of the 4 fragments, but I think that's only in relation to how it evaluates if it should exit walls or not at all. But I don't think it actually... At this point it should be willing to exit, because it doesn't have shooters and I do, so it's a bit weird. But I'll take it, okay? And that's a 3rd orange hero. He's a specialist in orcs, but he's level 1, he's not that... so orcs are basically normal units here, but his stats are kind of actually quite decent. So I got a little bit of morale here to gain up on 1 of 2 orc stacks. Also lost something here. Like in general, at this point, I'm not against losing like Ifrits or Genies, for example. And I would really prefer not to be losing anything else. So losing bounty hunters is, for example, not something I want to do, and I used orc chieftains to plug a hole there. Not a terrible use for the hypnotize. Okay, maybe I intend to hypnotize them as well. Okay, that was weird actually. Not sure why didn't I cast lightning bolt there. It was quite apparently better. I have an air orb equipped. Okay, so I want an upgraded wolf to hit the automaton. That's why I put it next to 2 other units. This way explosion will hit all 3 units, but now upgraded wolves actually block the way for automatons to the same position, so a bit of an unfortunate turn of events there. Okay, and ogres are out. Oh, that's nasty. That's a 90 stack, 75 stack now, but that's a large stack. Also, Keep in mind enemy stats. So I think it would make sense to pull everything back and leave automatons to take hits. Still, I can repair them, I can clone engineers again to repair. It's quite likely that automatons are gonna be wrecked. Okay, actually, I did expect much worse. For some reason, why do I use Ice Bolt here? That's kind of actually concerning. Oh wait, yeah, okay. Oh, my bad. He did cast the protection from air, that's why. Yeah, I think I should have brought a water orb here. Okay, it was not a great clone. Ooh. Please don't do that. Losing engineers is not something I would prefer. Yeah, I should have actually cast lightning bolt there. Well, there was no air protection. But I don't know, he seems to be very obediently waiting for his demise. Okay, now the gate is finally open, so... but there is literally nothing left. Okay, that's a third orange hero. Now, there were gold dragons before that, and that's how I dealt with most dragons in this area. So you bring a couple of basically 5 1 stacks to take first hits, and then you have basically angels to deal with the dragons. You can do it, I think, in many ways, but probably that's the safest. For the most part you want to be using magic at least against rust dragons. Because of their annoying breath. So ideally you want to hypnotize at least one of them, but even maybe both. Even better. And dealing with like black and gold dragons is very similar, but you don't have to do that. You can just tank the damage somewhere in the corner, and that's how we can get to now that I traded both artifacts from orange heroes. I revealed this part of the map. Now I can fly here without ever clearing the top left side and visit the blue tent. And here is the first major purple enemy in this area. That's a high-level Armorer specialist. Means that she takes no damage from attacks, and also she has diamond golems, which means that she takes nearly no damage from spells. What does it mean? Well, obviously it means that we need to deal damage with other means, and one such mean that we have is our amazing automatons. And not a surprise. Basically that's the minimal army. I figured that would be enough here to deal with her. Also she has a berserk, so I used this berserk to very nicely deal with my own catapult. It took a few turns. So I got a bit lucky with the way catapult was shooting. It didn't break any walls, so that's fine. Arrow towers deal roughly 50 damage, give or take. So they are, for the most part, almost fully out-regenerated by an elixir of life. And occasionally you can throw in a heal. So this one was, for example, 51. Previous, I think, was 56, so basically that's the way. Okay, it's time to heal up a little bit. Berserk is the main reason why I didn't break anything, bring anything else, but as you can see, you can actually use it to your advantage here to help breaking the catapult. And there we go. Pretty nice fight, and that is an enemy. So with dark blue tent, you get access to a couple of extra teleports, and now that's one hero. One of the heroes you get. Oh, well, not heroes. Actually, I don't remember. Yeah, there is another hero, so that's one enemy. Quite basic in terms of approach, nothing fancy. I'm contemplating sending angels to annoy enemy ranged units. So let's see if clones will attack bounty hunters. That would be actually interesting to see now, because in previous fights we saw that AI has this weird and plainly said stupid tendency to do that. Okay, they didn't do that. Okay, I needed to, well, maybe I didn't need, but casting haste might be reasonable to block my bounty hunters again. Although I'm not sure if I really had to do that. At this point it's just two separate parts of the battlefield, and both are under complete control. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. Yeah, I actually moved one stack away, further forward a little bit to leave an exit for a clone, engineer clone, and then I just block it with a big stack. Kinda hilarious, actually. In a very stupid way, hilarious, but hilarious nonetheless. Okay, I guess it should be a victory now. Can just finish with some damage burst And that's another hero, that's on the left side, to which I was able to get through the same portal as to the previous hero. This fight is on a cursed ground, so we can't clone engineers here, for example. Have to limit the damage we get from enemy units. Also, enemy has a slow spell here that he casts every turn, basically. So first priority is dealing with dragons, and ideally you want to avoid hits from mummies for a couple of turns at least. And then, I mean, dealing with mummies should not be a problem. They're slow. We have 1 stacks. As usual, they can buy us a bunch of time. Yeah, an enemy has a very high attack, so yeah, you do really want to avoid getting hit. But not with automatons, at least. At this point, we can actually afford getting hit. Okay, pretty good. And after dealing with that area, unfortunately I was not able to reach the whole left side, and that's the only way I found the way into it. There are a bunch of portals, some... Okay, not this is the way. So I needed to bring the ship here, because first time I reached from these portals, the blue portals, but my ship was on the right side, so I had to bring it here, and that's the way I found the way to do that. And here is more or less the way we can get to the portals, another set of portals, and basically do clear the left side. Now I should have done it by killing a hero on the left edge of the map, similar to how I did fight a hero on the right side, before I was able to get to the top right corner. And I would have to trade another statue of Legion for that. Okay, and that's actually a second purple hero fight. He has a Hypnotize, and he's like a level bajillion hero. So interestingly, for some reason he hypnotizes the first, or like maybe not necessarily the first, but like looks like it does cast Hypnotize from top, more or less. And I cast the Magic Mirror turn 2. Magic Mirror provides immunity to Hypnotize. So now I can cure or like cast other spells on angels if I want to, but he cannot hypnotize me, so that's basically the whole idea. His stats are pretty huge, so as you can see I already lost 2 angels. And I really don't want to be losing more, so I should be casting Cure, or maybe Air Shield is fine as well. I probably got lucky with bad luck on dragons here. Maybe I should have cast Cure. That would be more a more robust solution, but okay, fine by me. Dealt with another hero, and here after that basically we finished with this part. There is not many fights interesting, and we enter into the dungeon. I needed to pick up 4 artifacts around the areas where purple heroes were. Needed to trade them in here to enter this area, and that's like a water puzzle that spawns a few a couple of weeks maybe. I'll show you this puzzle without much editing. That's our first enemy. That's a Tonant, a very high level. He has a bunch of skeletons and he can raise them all in a single cast. And the only way to deal with him is, well, you'll see, that's a very beautiful way. And Agar is our good friend. We'll make one fat corpse here. Kind of the easiest way to do this whole thing. Now frenzy and do this, and there we go. Done pretty nicely. And we can continue with the water puzzle here. Agar stays on the garrison on water terrain to cast Water Walk next day. And Frederick highlights the place where Agar needs to move. I'll pass Water Walk back to Frederick, because he also needs to join, so he will come back. Basically do the same. Okay, so I tried to highlight the path for Frederick here. Unfortunately, it's not enough. I'll have to do it slightly differently here. The guard needs to disembark. Finally, how did he manage to lose anything there? Okay, now it should be fine. This mine highlights the path for Frederick. I mean, hero at this mine, so... Okay, we can clear this part a little bit. There are a couple of fights, maybe even, like, you could say, just one fight. So that's basically first of the two chambers where you need to pick up an artifact to progress. Okay, that's I need to haste engineers now, I think. Yeah. So that I could repair before killing the last angel stack. I didn't really have to clear the Medusae bank. So here is the way we can get to the other side. Basically, Frederick blocks the direct way to... Okay, not now. We need to highlight this part, and now Frederick blocks the straight way down, and now when I send Agar there, he goes a long way around and highlights the landing spot for himself, and he can reach it after that. And that's basically the idea here. Kind of a, I think, pretty common way to in similar water walk summon boat puzzles. There are a couple of fights, and Agar will be doing them with purely angels. Nothing really difficult. So there is a pocket in the right top corner already. There is a pocket in the left bottom corner as well, and right bottom corner. So there are a few nice pockets already, so I don't really need to cast more quicksands at this point. Okay, misplaced the firewall there. Probably move it up and right here, yeah. I don't think he has, I equipped the fire orb, but yeah, if I knew, definitely should have. But I mean, like, it would save me a little bit more mana. And it's not the stage when I can use infinite turns to fight 40 fights in a single day, so saving a little bit of mana here doesn't really have any impact. And there is another enemy. Okay, this enemy has an anti-magic and fire shield, I think. But basically that's... Anti-magic is annoying. So we have to basically dispel it. Actually, I would not recommend doing this hit. I think it's a mistake, because you actually want to have an ability to hit a couple of spellcasts in a row, and to do that you actually want to be waiting with your angels. And if you hit yourself once, you actually may have trouble with that. As you can see, wraiths are actually pretty fast, so it's not easy to break distance from them. The only thing that saves me here is that AI actually casts Fire Shield instead of anti-magic, at least once or twice. But yeah, if he only had anti-magic, it would still be doable, just I shouldn't have made this stupid mistake there. Now when I wasted a turn to hit the enemy. And should have always kept my ability to wait with angels. Slightly messed up there. Nice and easy. Maybe could have done it a little bit better. It's not easy to have multiple enemy units to go like through full 3-stack wall, but maybe there was a way. It actually often is a way. Like around the obstacles, like here, for example. But maybe not. I mean, it depends, you know, like there is like a top edge of this obstacle actually. It would at least lead to enemy units to disperse a little bit and they would wander off some places. So with this bird we picked up fighting from behemoths, we reach another part of this puzzle. There was a portal leading here. And basically, first we need to do is to block the waterway with boats. That's why both heroes are in a boat right now. And we do it like this. Now next turn I need to be casting Water Walk with both heroes, that's why they end the turn next to each other. And I will be using these two boats to obstruct my movement again, like very similar to the other one. And now the first move with Agar is very important to have Frederick go around him and pass through a single tile to the right side of Agar to see this small piece of land. If Agar is not there, he actually does not see this, and basically with this bird we reach the exit of this tomb and end of this water puzzle. In the final area there are a few dragon fights like this one, and they are actually very like all except one maybe on the terrain like this, where you can fight a single one of them at a time. And I used the clone to slightly reduce gold dragon stack. It was first fight I did. It could be done a little bit even better. Like for example, I could haste actually is not a bad idea. Makes angels go before gold dragons, so it's not bad. Yeah, another way I could also use another clone to reduce gold dragons even further. Okay, and there are basically four enemy heroes and a bunch of Azure dragons we need to kill for pieces of Statue of Legion and one of enemies. If we can do her, or basically any, there are like three options. So once we deal with one of the three options, we get access once again to infinite movement boost, and we can clear everything at a rather leisurely pace. This one is an armorer, it's Nila, I think, yeah. But she's not like super high level, just level 20. Still quite annoying, I feel like. I don't have that much of an army to deal with her, so I actually ended up relying on quicksand. Here basically you have to be actually able to know where on how enemy units will be, I mean, trajectory they will take to attack your units, right? So that they would end up collecting the quicksands. Also, the fact that she has haste doesn't really help. Golems reach many corners very nicely. Maybe it's time to start consuming some corpses with worms. Okay, there is one nice safe corner in the left top. That's annoying luck. Maybe I actually, having waited with worms this turn, I could have actually eaten some other corpse, even without morale. A bit of a mess up there. Bottom left corner, actually, thanks to a tent, there is a temporary save zone. So while the tent is alive, it's safe, but once they break it, it will no longer be safe. Well, that's a lot. Okay, there is another, like a couple of pockets along the top edge, but not that great. Apart from that, the only thing that looks good is that AI doesn't see most of the quicksands in the middle, so it will end up collecting them most definitely. So I guess I would maybe throw quicksands a couple more times, to be honest. But I don't. That's not terrible. Yeah, I think I should. But then there are many corridors, as you can see, like that's almost like a maze of some sort where you can almost guaranteed find a way to the place you need to get. That's pretty funny. I didn't consume the corpse, unfortunately. Didn't have much of experience. I mean, like that's basically maybe a second time I use worms in my life, so actually did not get to know how exactly does this corpse consumption works. But there we go. Okay, so now that we dealt with one hero, infinite movement, we can clear everything, and then this enemy. He has Infernal, I guess. That's what I just saw there. That's why I bring the only unit that is immune to fire in my army, to reduce losses. And I mean, I will lose a few Ifrits, but that's totally fine. Okay. And that's the way you can deal with dragons. They guard one of the pieces. Once again, like worms do pretty good. Just make sure you stack up the corpses like this. That's basically a game over. And now just put a wyvern next to the dragons, to the same spot where... and they'll make sure that they stack up the corpses for you. Now I need to remove retaliation, so I'll use a clone for that. That's about it. And you can see how worms are really strong. You can do extremely strong things with them. Well, there is a huge, you could say, garrison on the surface. So it was not easy to do. There are a couple of flyers and a couple of shooters as well, so it definitely makes things a little bit complicated. At least there is no hero. Okay, so consume another corpse for another kill. So far, so good. I didn't lose any worms. That's nice. Ideally, I would want to deal with rocks, but just doesn't seem like I can save genius. Okay, I was able to. Thanks to... he must not see in the quicksands there. Well, now it's probably gonna be really tough. Okay, maybe I can actually use one genie to remove retaliation and then just bank on rocks hitting another genie. Yeah. Well, now there is already a corner along the bottom edge, so I can actually just put my units somewhere around there. Already corner in the top left corner. I mean pocket. So there are a couple of safe places, safe-ish. Okay, that's good. Losing just change. Oh, and that's actually, I think, very interesting. Not an interesting fight, but like just look the difference between two heroes. First will be Azure, and just look how these vampires behave. Just check out how spaced out they are. they don't really want to be next to each other, and that's because of these two spells, because of Fireball, because of any AoE spell. So AI knows if you have what spells you have, and it behaves accordingly. And so if you have area of damage spells, it tries to space out its units to avoid getting wrecked by them. And it makes this fight kind of impossible almost to kite. And now see how different it is if your hero doesn't have these spells. Okay, Frederick doesn't have any of area damage spells, so check it out. Basically same army, and now see how beautifully stacked they are. How beautifully they line up, no gaps, no nothing. And now it becomes a relatively simple fight. I mean, not relatively, just simple. You know, just find a pattern that they will... the pattern to kite them so that they would not be reaching the corner you are in, and that's basically saying that just find it. It sounds like you actually should be looking for it, but it's pretty much the opposite. You actually should try to not find it. There we go. That's kind of actually, I feel like it's a very interesting thing about AI. Maybe you paid attention and saw AI behave in some way, spread out or not spread out. That's one of the reasons why AI would be spreading out its units, your spells, basically. Okay, back to Legion parts. That's another enemy. That I'll be doing just kiting them. Don't even have to use quicksand here. There we go. And last fight against this fella. This one is quite a bit tougher. So I'm bringing even Dendroids, who actually joined me, like, I don't know, very long ago. They were sitting nicely in a mine or in a garrison, I don't quite remember. And they're here to basically take a little bit of damage for me, and I put my genius in this exact way to have them give my worms a double attack, thanks to them. Now second genie, same thing. So I want to make sure that Dendroids will pin Wraiths down. This fight is on cursed ground, I think. That's why it's a little bit challenging. Again, you just have limited capacity to repair, and enemy army is actually quite big. So what would I do now? I think I would actually pull my automatons to the right side, but actually would leave them within reach of skeletons, to be honest. Just to make sure that they follow automatons there. I did it differently here, as you can see. So it is a bit dangerous, as you can see. That's a really high number of skeletons. But I'll use some bodies like dendroids and automatons to block at least way to engineers. As you can see, now they do not reach engineers. And engineers will be able to repair automatons. Maybe I could finish them off, but just safer to wait. I don't even have to remove a retaliation there. Yeah, okay, some losses. But that's, dendroids. I didn't use them. Good to find a way to use them. And welcome to basically the end game. There are 3 more bosses after we assemble a statue of Legion. I think the first one actually is the toughest. At least he was probably the most difficult to me. I did clone Ifrits to remove retaliation from Minotaurs. And I think there was some other like random things, like this bad luck on troglodytes when hitting worms was also part of this decision. Okay, nicely, thanks to this first aid tent, I actually did not lose bounty hunters to Minotaurs there. Now I need to repair automatons. So okay, that's a very good thing that troglodytes went up. If they did go to the left side, I probably would have moved everyone up and then maybe to the right side as well. Maybe used a clone, or maybe even just left them to hit a ballista, an ammo cart as a bait. And while they're distracted, I could repair. I think that's not all automatons, or maybe all. Yeah, okay. It's not on the cursed ground. Second fight is actually on the cursed ground, so I lost some units. Ifrits, but I brought basically everything here, so I definitely was willing to part ways with units like Ifrits to get maybe another like 1 stack in my army. Yeah, and I have like some Legion set pieces from first part. I didn't end up trading my Pendant of Courage, so that was kind of a bit of an advantage I had, thanks to what I did there. Maybe a bit unfair. Okay, second fight is on the cursed ground. Genie will set up a double attack. Losing some units, unfortunately. Maybe could do a bit better. Now Harpies very nicely block the way for magma elementals there. Okay, nice way to deal with magma elementals. Also, Harpies are under curse, so their damage won't be meaningful. Okay, once again some losses, but like the primary goal for me was here was to preserve worms. Ideally, right? I lost like a few in every fight, in the last two fights, but like I was willing to trade more other units to save a few more worms. Like generally a good rule of thumb, I think, is to preserve your power stack, if necessary at the expense of many other units. And that's, you could say, the last fight. This one definitely looks scarier than the first two. Has very, very formidable numbers of enemies. But the difference is that these are two-tile creatures, and that's a very that's many obstacles, and kind of quicksands are very easy to get in enemy way, so and once again we need to deal with worms. So now here I might actually freeze for a bit. I was trying to understand where Hydras will go. So Hydras try to hit multiple units in a single hit. And so I want to deal with the worms here, but at the same time, if I deal with the worms, like let's say I hit with angels and then also with my own worms, Hydras, I feel like, might be happily jumping into this space to hit like 3 of my units there. At the same time, they might be also tempted to hit bounty hunters with engineers, right? And ideally I want them to go there, because as you can see there are even 2 quicksands on their way. So I'm thinking here basically, is there a way for me to make this 3-4 creature turns that I have for now useful, and at the same time to make sure that hydras go to the left side. And while I move angels back to hopefully incite hydras to go there as well. Maybe that was not a great move. Maybe I should have hit actually unupgraded worms with the automatons. But it turned out well for me, so hydras will definitely still keep going to left side if I don't move angels at least. And they'll stack like 3 more times this way. So I should have time to deal with unupgraded worms. Maybe clone angels, for example. Or, no, not genius, angels. Okay, sense is fine. I was thinking about cloning angels so that they could remove retaliation from worms. But I decided to use genius to do that. That's fine. At this point I don't really have to preserve anything. Okay, now behemoths actually make everything a little bit scarier in left bottom corner, so I have to spread out. There is a nice safe pocket on the top near engineers. I can use teleport, for example, to extract one of them, maybe 2, if they're granted enough time. Although at this point I'm not really much concerned about basically anyone surviving, so I could just disregard them. Oh, that's a very nice cast. Definitely should use it to kill one of them. Probably behemoths are the worst. They have highest speed. If I kill them, engineers actually can escape going around the obstacle from the bottom, so I should be fine there. Even repair automatons on their way. Why not? Well, that's a couple of nice hits there. These three enemies in the end are pure brawlers, basically. So they don't have any spells. Wow, okay, that's another frenzy. I thought that engineers can actually repair something there. But I think they will repair maybe nothing. But maybe like one at best. But they did actually repair nothing. Okay, they reach my worms, so we'll pull them back probably. Maybe I could throw... okay, actually, interesting. Maybe I bank on them hitting a quicksand. That was somewhat expected, but I didn't think it would be a reasonable risk actually to take. I wasn't 100% sure that they did not see this quicksand. Maybe he has friends? I think he has, right? Yeah, he has. Actually, I could have killed them like a couple of rounds ago. Just cast Frenzy on worms and finish them off. Okay. Done with it finally. And that's gonna be the final stretch, and we hit this worms and apparently free Henrietta from the rubble. There we go. That's a nice little ending. Okay, that was a long map. I had to edit out so much to make it conceivably fit a single video that it's kind of actually crazy. But I think it was a pretty good map, maybe like a little bit too long, but there are many decent fights. Even though there was also some repetition, particularly in the middle. Still enjoyed it quite a bit. Thank you for watching. Please let me know what you think. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.